Okay, Chooms, I might have gone to hit the unmute button and hit the volume slider for the mic instead. So let me know if I'm too quiet, if I gotta adjust it or whatever. What are we doing? What are we doing? Did I hit all the buttons? I think I did. Okay, don't hit that button. That kills the stream. Hit this button. Hi! Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello, Standing. Hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. I hope you're all doing very well. Happy September. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, so I was going to roll this out in October. I was going to roll this out as part of the Halloween festivities. But I have a background that I want to go with the Halloween outfit for at least a couple of streams. And so I was like, all right, well, how do I reconcile the two simultaneously? I was like, screw it. It's September. It's my month. It's fall. It's my month. I'm going to do it now. So yes, we got a new version. We got I'm gonna try and do like a seasonal version of the background. Just go ahead and roll out all 4 of them as we get there. There is one thing, and I was very happy to figure out how to do this, but you're gonna have to keep an eye on the background for a little bit, like 15 more minutes, give or take. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I was sitting there and I was like, we need to do something for fall because it's gonna look weird. It's gonna look weird if we're in like the middle of autumn and it's like the same cafe. It just wouldn't feel right to me. So yes. Yes, happy September. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you all had a very good weekend. If it was a long weekend for you, I hope it was a good one. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I did a fair amount. I didn't do a lot. Mostly I just kind of rested and played games and worked on some projects. The Halloween costume is coming along well. I'm happy with where that is at, which is good because I only have a month left. Which feels like a lot, but also feels like nothing. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go. But it is progressing well. And yeah, once that is looking good, I think I can go ahead and sort of set up the other Halloween things. There's one thing I was thinking about. I'm gonna have to sort of figure out, like I was saying before, I had an idea, but I think it was kind of dependent on getting some like audio files that I don't really have access to. And I don't think there's a way that I could acquire said files through reputable sources. So that might be an alternate idea. There might be a way that I can sort of work around it without requiring that. It wouldn't be as much fun, but it would be okay. It would be okay. Maybe we could do that. All right, ideas for later. um. So yeah, that's going well. I started playing Warframe again. I did a couple of missions. I started the Duviri Paradox, which was one of the big story things that they were leading up to a while ago. Um, it's very strange. It's very strange. I kind of dig it though. I don't know. Warframe has a vibe to it of just kind of being like, yeah, we're doing this now. This is just what's happening, and either deal with it, roll with it, or ignore it and just keep farming your relics. It's very strange, but I'm kind of down with the strange. I don't know. I feel like so much sci-fi in vogue right now is like grounded sci-fi. I feel like stuff like Star Wars is kind of on the outer edge of like fantastical sci-fi just because it has the Force, right? It has Jedi and this mystical galactic energy, but everything else about Star Wars is very like boots on the ground. It is very like tactile. Yeah, they don't go a lot into the specifics of how the starships work or anything, but the look and feel of it is still very grounded and realistic, right? Whereas, and then of course you have The Expanse, which is just like about as close to hard science fiction as I think anybody really writes these days. Yeah, it's really hard science fiction if you ask me. There was a really good quote I saw in X4. So X4, during their loading screens, they like putting little quotes at the start of the loading screen, and then it, you know, sort of goes into the nice background with the play tips and whatnot. But one of the quotes that I saw was something to the effect of, reality is the part of imagination that we all agree on. I was like, damn. I feel like that's a lot of sort of how science fiction works. It's like, especially if you're writing hard science fiction, it's like, okay, what is the part that everyone will look at and go, yeah, that makes sense, that's there, that's understandable. And then you like throw one or two elements in of just kind of like, okay, now given the part that we all agree, here's this, right? And then everyone goes, okay, yeah, bet. I guess getting all the way back around to Warframe, Warframe is just like, Warframe is abstract science fiction, right? It is sci-fi to the most fantastic degree of just like, yeah, everything is fucking wild. Everything is just off the wall, abstract concepts, whatever. Anything goes. It's got its own charm that I appreciate. Yeah, I'm trying not to get too much into the farming, grinding mindset of it, because there are a lot of new Warframes since the last time I played. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to go after, and I'm kinda trying to avoid the impulse of, I have to get everything, right? I have to collect every weapon and every Warframe and do my Riven mods and do this and do that. It's like, I really don't. Like, I've got weapons that I like. I have Warframes that I like. I can take them into missions and I can blow things up. I can turn my enemies into a cloud of nondescript matter in a couple seconds. I think I'm good. I think I'm okay. You know, if I really wanted to do the hardest level content, then yeah, I would probably need to do more to sort of bump up my capabilities, but I don't. I just don't feel the need to do that, you know? So it's whatever. It's whatever. Um, but yeah, that's been fun. I didn't play as much. Well, that's not true. On Sunday, I played a fair amount of X4. I'm finally getting to the point where my fleet is sort of starting to generate money. I don't have to like do everything to make the money. One of my stations is essentially like collecting raw resources and then manufacturing it into supplies and then distributing them to nearby stations. So they're making their own money. Hey, Mage. Thank you for the resub for 8 months. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Mage. I really appreciate the support. Happy September. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good start to your week. Unfortunately, today has been... Was there a second sound effect just now? I thought I heard it again. That was weird. Yeah, unfortunately today was not great. Today was frustrating. It was a 4-hour day to start the week. Noise. I spent 4 hours today dealing with stupid shit. It was very frustrating. It was a frustrating day. I don't know, like not to be superstitious or anything, but I have my little dice tower and I just pulled out one of my D20 and popped it in the tower and it came out on a 1 and I'm like, oh no. And it's kind of it hasn't been a 1. It has not been a nat 1 kind of day, but it's been a frustrating day. There's been a patience testing day. But it's okay. It's okay because I don't know. There was dumb stuff at work I don't really want to go into just because I don't want to say it now and then it comes around at some point in the future to bite me in the butt. And then yeah, I went out and I got some dinner. I got some teriyaki. It was very good. There was a very careless SUV driver that thankfully nothing happened, but it was too close for comfort. And then I had my dinner and I was putting my dinner away and I was rushing to get ready for stream and I dropped the rice and the rice spilled all over the floor. And so I had to throw away the rice. And I'm like, man, it's just one of those days, TM. So yeah, I'll make more rice tomorrow. The rice that I make is never as good as, you know, the stuff that I can get from restaurants. The rice that I've had, the last bag of rice that I bought, I don't know what it is. I can never cook it right. I can never put the right amount of water in, so it's either like soggy or it's dry. It's a very strange type of rice, and I definitely don't want to get it again. I was gonna say I should have bought rice while I was at the store today, but I still have a little bit of it left to go. So I'm just gonna, I'll cook it up tomorrow. It'll be fine. It's annoying, but it's just like, some days will indeed not lie down. But we must remember the wisdom of the guru. Some days are fucked and cannot be unfucked. Go home, take a nap. Tomorrow is another day. I love that guy. So good. Um, but yeah, I hope you're all having a better start to September than I am. Thankfully, the 1st of September was yesterday, and yesterday was nice. I just, I did some drawing, I played some games, got some rest. Honestly, it was a holiday, right? It was just a day off where I was like, this is a day for me. I am not obligated to do anything. You know, I recognize that there were people that still had to work on Labor Day, which is fucked. And I salute them and I am sorry for them. But what, you know, my tiny little contribution, which is probably not really much of a contribution at all, was I just didn't go anywhere. I was like, I thought about going shopping. I thought about doing groceries yesterday. I thought about doing stuff. I was just like, nope, nope. I am going to not burden any of the workers that are still stuck at work today. That is my acknowledgement and thank you to them. I had to ship a package to the UK today and I had to stifle a laugh when I went to the post office with packages. I was like, hey, I can use some help today. I have to ship this to the UK. I need help because I don't know how to label this. And he replied, oh, I don't either. Good luck, bucko. Okay. Okay, so I was gonna say, well, that's kind of your job though, buddy. But then I stopped. I was like, does the post office ship internationally? I mean, it's the United States Postal Service. Would they ship to other countries, or are they like only really concerned with domestic mail? I feel like I would go to UPS or FedEx for that. No, they must ship international. They do ship to other countries' customs. Okay. USPS International Mail Services go to more than 180 countries. Okay, so they do ship international. That's fair. I feel like that is a service that enough people would want from them that yes, they would offer it. So that does make sense. It's just, I had to stop and think for a moment. It's like, well, technically they're just the US Postal Service. The smallest town just never ships anything international. What do you mean there's a world out there? What do you mean there's places beyond the horizon? That's silly talk. I'll put my buns in a box and go on travel. Honestly, same. I was thinking about doing a little bit of traveling this summer and it's probably too late. Because I'm gonna go out of town later this month. Visit family. So I don't really want to do like 2 vacations back to back, like right next to each other. It would probably be next month, and at that point it's like not a great time for traveling. I think the last sentence plus like 1400. I'm not sure that's a town. That's like a hamlet. Mage, I'm gonna be honest. I think that was like, I think my high school was bigger than that. That's crazy. I don't know. So when I was hiking with my friend, I was sort of talking about how I have a bit of an appreciation for smaller towns, just where things are like more laid back and quiet. But my friend grew up in a small town. He was like, no, fuck that. Fuck that shit. He was saying the problem with small towns is that everyone knows everyone, and so everyone is constantly up in each other's business and gossiping like a bunch of chickens. Oh, there it goes. Yes, I figured out how to set timers in OBS. It required a little plugin. So the irony of the setup is that we're almost never on the landing page at a time of day when you guys will get to see the transition. But I wanted to at least show it off for tonight. Yeah, the one nice thing, I feel like this is sort of a lot of the personality, at least in the more sort of bigger population areas of the West Coast, is, you know, some people call it the freeze, just that people are like not very sociable and tend to be very sort of insular. But the upside is that people don't get up in each other's business, which is nice. It's like, listen. Yeah, there are obviously downsides to it as well, but it is nice that people aren't like, oh my god, did you hear what Kaiga did on Saturday? Oh my god, it was so... Like, someone would ask them, and the other person would go, who's that? Huh? Should I know? And the first person would be like, don't worry about it, they're a nobody. I feel like all the thoughts just left my head at the same time. I was gonna pick up the thread, and then I was like, where are the threads? What is a thread? Man. Oh, I was thinking, I know, dangerous business, that thinking, but I was thinking about stuff to do for birthday celebrations. So here's the deal. Here's kind of the sitch. So I'm gonna be out of town for the day of. I'm gonna be visiting family. So we're gonna do sort of a longer stream the Thursday before. I like to take, you know, whenever I go traveling like this, I like to take the day before I leave and the day after I get back off from work, in addition to, you know, the actual time. Just because I like not stressing about, you know, having everything packed up after work and then getting back and having to be ready for work the next day. But what that would mean is I have Thursday off and we can do a longer stream. We can do our normal Saturday stream on Thursday. And then I think the plan is to come back on Tuesday, so probably no stream then, just based on prior experience. So, all this to say, just kind of a long-winded way to explain, I am not planning to be back or to be streaming on a particular day that would like make sense to do a birthday stream on. You know, it's a little weird. It's a little funky. But here's kind of what I was thinking. I asked you guys a while back about interest in a movie night. And you guys said that you were interested. You thought it was a neat idea and you wanted. And I was like, okay. So I'll look into that. So I was thinking it might be fun. Maybe we could do that the Wednesday that I get back. We could do a movie night to celebrate. Could do a little movie night in the Discord, watch a movie together. I was thinking, so there were a couple of movies that I was like, ooh, this will be fun to watch with the Choomsday. A lot of them are like sets of movies, right? So we have like both Dune movies, I keep blanking on the name of the studio, but the trilogy, Your Name, Weathering with You, and Suzume. I feel like if you watch one, you end up watching all three of them because they're just so beautiful. But the one that I'm like, not enough people have seen this movie, and is a nice standalone, I feel like would be a good place to start, would be Belle. I really like that movie. I think it has a really good soundtrack. I think it's very sweet, very charming. And so I was like, this would be a good place to start. I feel like that would be a good sort of kickoff, and we can sort of see how movie nights go and if people want to keep doing them. I'm not sure where to watch it though. Okay, so it looks like Netflix doesn't have it available in my country, and this is why people buy VPNs. Motherfucker. Alright, yeah, I'm not sure where to watch it then. Hulu? I guess it would be Hulu. I have a VPN. Alright. If it comes to it, we can workshop it. Yeah, it looks like it's on Hulu. On Twitch? No. So what? I probably shouldn't talk about this too much, but it would be a Discord thing. What most people would do if they do stream a movie is they have watch-alongs, right? So the streamer will be watching and streaming, but not showing it, right? And then they'll have a timer on stream to show the timestamp, the part of the movie that they're on. And then everybody else can find the movie by whatever means they wish to and start watching along when the streamer says go. Yeah, so you're sort of watching the streamer react to the movie, respond to the movie. If they're watching it with someone else, they'll probably be chatting about it a little bit, but you're all sort of watching the movie on your own together. Streaming has made things very weird. But it's fun. It's fun. So, God, on the subject of shared experiences, I was watching exactly, like, I don't know, it's kind of nice just because you're not like stuck in a theater. You're still at home. You can still have whatever snacks you want. You can have it, the environment however you want it set up. It's nice. It's nice. I don't know, man. Theaters are kind of going the way of E3 at this point for me. They're losing their appeal in a lot of ways. The technology of the presentation is not bad, but everything else about the experience I feel like is just getting more and more subpar. Jin finished up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth yesterday. And I would say I have two criticisms of that game. Criticism number one, I think there is too much game. I think that if they had trimmed down like some of the side content, some of the excess, I think the game would have been better. You know, I think there was too much stuff that they had to introduce a tutorial to you that you only use the mechanic one time, right? And it's like, okay, well, what's the big deal? The big deal is that the developers had to make the game capable of doing those things. And granted, a lot of it is not, you know, a wild departure from other core gameplay, but like they had to set it up and do the tutorial setup and everything as a one-off. And that's kind of annoying. I feel like there was a lot of stuff that they could have like consolidated into other gameplay, or just so much of the game is already a cutscene, they could have just had it be a cutscene and it would have been fine. But they were like, nope, we gotta give the player the feeling of like that they're doing something, and we gotta legitimize that price tag. So we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna make everything super gamified. I'm like, all right, whatever. So minor criticism, but I do feel like if there was some fat in there that they could have trimmed. My other criticism is I feel like the story is getting a little into Kingdom Hearts territory. It is getting a little convoluted just for its own sake. It feels like they're adding layers of complexity for no reason. But with that said, I still really enjoyed the story more than the specific like narrative beats. The characters are phenomenal. What they've done with the original Final Fantasy VII characters, fleshing them out and making them more complex, more human, bringing them up to a more modern standard with better storytelling ability is incredible. I really enjoyed like all of the character moments. I enjoyed watching the story and figuring out what was happening. Like even not even playing the game myself, just watching someone else play it was a really great experience. I really enjoyed it. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. And we ended up spending like 8 hours finishing the game last night. It took a while. But it was good. It was good. I still need to start Expedition 33 at some point. I have no idea when that's going to be. Maybe I'll get it during the holiday sale. Maybe that'll be a next year project to just sort of allow myself the time to play through Expedition 33. Good work, Mage. Thank you for your service. So yeah, no plans. Honestly, the other thing that I was sort of struggling to figure out was the game schedule going ahead, because we're with Frozen Wilds, Horizon Zero Dawn is going to take a little bit longer. I figured that's going to be like probably, I don't know how long Frozen Wilds is, but I figure we got a few more streams of that. And then after that is Sword of the Sea. I wanna stop between the two and play Sword of the Sea. And there's also Shantae, which I love Shantae, and we've played a few of the games on stream before, so I figured playing a Risky Revolution would be good. But we got this whole little thing called October that showed up. And so now there's the question of like, do we play Halloween games for October? You know, we're not gonna bust out horror games or anything, right? don't enjoy horror games. We're not going to be doing like Still Wakes the Deep or anything. We're not going to be busting out Dead Space or Alien Isolation. It'll be more stuff like, do we want to play Control? The Remedy game that slipped under the radar, the one between the two Alan Wakes. What was it? God, there was Alan Wake, and then it was not Alpha Protocol. What was the other thing? There was another one, and then there was Control, and then Alan Wake 2. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we're gonna get to that if we get to it. I would like to play Control at some point. It's just been off the table. Alright, I just don't have a spot in the schedule, quote unquote, to put it. So I don't know. We'll kind of play it by ear. We'll see how we feel. I do want to get to Horizon Forbidden West. I definitely want to jump on that pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. But for tonight, so here's kind of the plan for tonight. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm feeling. I'm saucing out. We finished the trio drawing on Saturday, and I was able to deliver it on Sunday. They all saw it. It was well received. So now we got a new drawing to work on. We've got time for new arts, and we do have a couple of work in progress pieces. We have a couple ideas that we were just like roughing out earlier. I'm sorry, but here's kind of the problem. I'm not in the right mood for them. I wanted to do something a little bit more, like, I don't know, I guess upbeat, and I feel like both of the ones that I had worked on before felt more like somber and contemplative. It's just not the right mood. It's not the thing that I want to work on right now. Which I know is like the most flip-floppy artist mentality bullshit, whatever, but it's where I am. It's how it's working. So I was kind of popping around Pinterest for a little bit, and I found a couple of ideas. One in particular. Hello, Tisha. Happy September. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, the plan is, I saw one thing that got the ideas shooting off. So we're gonna try sketching this out. We're gonna do a little bit of sketching. We're gonna see if this idea gains any traction. If I like how it's looking, how it's feeling, and if I do, then we'll go from there. And there's gonna be kind of like two possible things that we could do. Like if it's gaining traction, we might just continue to roll with that. But there was another like VTuber fan art, gift art piece. And I was like, I should do this one. I should do this one. It hasn't been like, it sort of came to mind and was like, yeah, I should probably take care of that one. So we might sketch both of them out tonight, or we might just work on one. We'll kind of see how we feel. With all that said, why don't we go ahead and start in on it? Let me grab my reference up right there, and then you can go right here. Oh. Hang on. my transitions broke. Well, hold on 1 second. I mean, I don't really want to spend a ton of time working on this right now because now, but I'm trying to figure out. Oh god, I gotta remember how I actually did this. Shit. Oh. Stream information chat, advanced scene switcher. Is it you? No. No, it wasn't that. Okay. Oh, damn it. Oh, there you are. Okay. Try that. There it goes. Alright. Yeah, I think when I was setting up the background, I accidentally messed up my transition settings, and so it warped things. Okay, at least it was an easy fix. At least it was an easy fix. Alright. Let me get myself out of the way here. I was messing around a little bit before the stream with the drawing hands up, because I missed that. It was a neat little thing that I could do, and I wanted to try and get it working again, but I really couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get it sort of sitting in a way that I was happy with, so we're gonna go without for now, but hopefully at some point in the not too distant future can figure out something to sort of figure out, or like figure out some way to bring that back, because I did miss it. That said, because we haven't had it, the Halloween outfit is not going to be built to support the ability, because I wasn't going to put a bunch of effort into trying to get it, you know, drawing it and rigging it and everything, if it was like, well, this isn't going to be a thing anyway, you know? Cool. So I've not messed with it yet, but I did see Hello Games released a patch for No Man's Sky that I think fixes a lot of the bugs with the Corvettes. Probably not 100% of them, but probably it does sound like the most annoying one, which was the bug that eats your ship modules when you're taking them off or messing with them in the construction system. It sounds like they fixed that one, which is good because that really sucked to deal with. Alright. Don't delete it. Don't delete it. We're gonna size it down. I just don't like where it's at. It's too stiff. It doesn't have any fluidity of motion. It is not dynamic in any way. So yeah, I've only really messed with it the one evening, just kind of putting together a little starter Corvette to see. Apparently people have been getting pretty crazy with it. There's been some... the subreddit apparently is basically just turning into, hey, check out my ship build. And then people are like, oh, that's really cool, and then they go and try and recreate it themselves or make modifications to it. But yeah, people seem to be understandably really enjoying the update. I'll probably mess with it more at some point. I think the expedition for Voyagers is supposed to start this week, so I'll probably do a little bit of play with that. Trying to get this low angle, which is very interesting and very challenging. Part of the reason that this one, I think, like really sort of caught my attention, I was really interested in trying to do it, was I wanted to get more pose practice in. I think the two things that I feel like I'm slacking a little bit on is I haven't done a lot of good, like, anatomy drawing or anatomy just like consideration in some of the recent drawings. The posing has been okay, but then it's always sort of a struggle of like getting the pose to be interesting and dynamic and fluid, but also to have good anatomy. Okay. Better, but still no. I can never find it again, but I remember there was a little, like, 2-panel comic I saw a long time ago of, you know, watching a stream before becoming a mod and after becoming a mod. And, you know, before you're just, like, lying on your side in bed, just, like, watching the stream on your phone, just having a chill time with it. And then you become a mod and you're, like, sitting at your desk with a multi-monitor setup and you got the stunner, the reflective cop shades on, and you're chewing on a cigar. Watching for troublemakers. Watching for vandals. Alright, that's a bit better. A toothpick also works. A toothpick gets the vibe across too, yes. I think if somebody asked me to moderate for them, I would definitely consider it, but I'm not gonna volunteer to mod if they don't trust me to do it, you know? Like if I don't jump to them as somebody that they want to moderate for them, then it's not my place to do it. Flavored toothpicks. That's a good idea. Just something to chew on. Okay, I almost like it. The hips are sitting weird still. I feel like... Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a book. Shit, where is it? Oh, where did I leave it? That's not it. That's not it. Nope, wrong book. There you are. Alright. Mint and watermelon. At the same time? Or are they mint toothpicks and watermelon toothpicks? Two different ones. Alright, alright. You never know. Maybe mint and watermelon go surprisingly well together. It's possible. Okay, so the main... I feel like we're getting better in the pose. I like the pose more. The main thing that I'm kind of feeling right now is the hips are just kind of flying away from me. I don't like where those are sitting. Are they like Pocky? Yeah, so we got like the back of the pelvis like this, right? We got a little bit of a cant to the hip like that. And then this, and then we've got the trochanters out to the side. Right, so the hip is gonna kind of go out like that. Wrap around like that. We've got the hammy coming around like this, and then you can go like that. Alright. That makes a bit more sense. Had peach and cinnamon. Interesting. I'm not sure what flavor I would want. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. I'm gonna... Let's do one more take on it, just because I like where this is at, but I want to push it a little bit harder. because the initial flavor you can feel. I imagine because mint and cinnamon you can both sort of turn into an oil, right? Like you have cinnamon oil and mint oil, and compared to like fruity flavors or something, I feel like it's a lot easier to sort of derive those into something that you can infuse into, well, like wood much more easily than say a fruit flavor. So that kind of makes sense. Maybe ginger. Ginger could be good. Ginger might just make you hungrier though. I feel like ginger can, I don't know, I feel like it could either suppress your appetite or make it stronger. I'm not sure which. Okay, and then yeah, let's bring a little bit of a curve back in like that, right? Clean up the forearm a little bit. Yeah, this lower angle really, I think, is just... Okay, so I'm gonna do one thing, and rather than, you know, cut and transform things around, I'm gonna try and actually sort of do the legwork to add some perspective into the drawing. That makes the stomach empty faster. Ginger does. Interesting. Do not eat the wood. Do not use during pregnancy or breastfeeding. Keep out of reach of children. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent diseases. I mean, mate, it's a fucking toothpick. Unless it was like made from the true cross or something, I wouldn't expect it to do any of those things. I am curious about the breastfeeding part though. Like, why that? Sounds picky. Alright, that's a bit better. Is it? I don't think it is. I feel like I don't know, in some ways I kind of like it, but in other ways I feel like we're a bit worse off. A lot of it is just trying to figure out how to do these freaking, like, hips in a believable way. The only thing I can think is here, the natural mint extract essence or stevia. I suppose maybe the stevia might not be great, though I don't imagine it's terrible. The other thing I was thinking I haven't drawn in any meaningful amount in a while, I should really practice, is masculine anatomy. I've really not put much effort into drawing that body type, and I could certainly stand to. Yes, please do not eat birch. Can maybe peck at it a little bit, but don't eat it. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. And maybe this is how we as a group find out that birch contains like oils or something that are bad for pregnancy. It's like, oh shit, okay. Okay, give me 1 second to grab my other book. Because I feel like the gesture is kind of there. But I'm missing core elements of the anatomy that is making this a lot harder than it should be. Imagine just seeing Tyrion's Jailer this and about to eat a log of birch and she's like, no, that's not true. That's impossible. Okay. Look, I'm not your doctor. I'm not going to be telling you guys. I'm not going to be giving dietary advice, but I think it's a pretty easy win to say don't eat logs. Vader would be a bag of charcoal, yes. Good fiber. I think there's better ways to get your fiber standing. Good. Alright, I think we're getting there. Slowly. Let's get the arm out of the way for a second just so we can sort of double check our work. Got the iliac crest like there, and then that. Comes out to the trochanter like that. Got the glutes. We got the obliques on the other side, sort of rounding out that shape. Got the nice curve at the back like this. What do we have in today? Tree. Excellent choice. And would you like log or mulch? Let's go with the log today. Excellent choice. Okay, that's... I think it's better. I think it's better. I'm just trying to figure out freaking... freaking anatomy. Why are you guys so complicated? Real treat. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're better off with the other one. I think this one was better. So I think if we can just go in and sort of clean this one up, then we'll be in a good spot. And this is why I saved a copy of it. It was like, I feel like this one is close, but not quite there, but it's close enough that I don't want to lose it. Okay. So here's what I want to do with this, though. Where I do think this one is falling a bit short is the perspective is very flat. I want to get that more dynamic, right? I think that's a lot of where the particular challenge of this pose is coming from, is not just doing, you know, a fairly interesting pose, but doing it spatially. Really sort of putting it into perspective, having a lot of weight. Okay, there we go. No, never mind. Damn it. Oh, we were close and I fucked it up. We were close and I fucked it up. Yeah, this doesn't really like consider. I mean, it's an anatomy book, right? It's not putting a lot of consideration into pose or perspective or anything, because that's not what it's trying to cover. It is trying to sort of look at the muscle groups and their various forms that you'll need to be ready to mess with. Okay, so the hips are very much like in the foreground. That's why I keep starting there. You know, the perspective keeps putting them in that spot. And then the upper body sort of twists and recedes away from the foreground. Okay, good. But now, pull this down lower. We got the obliques, the erectors, other obliques, lats, sacrum, glutes, trochanter, let's have this leg go down. Trochanter, this leg will go back. So we got glute, glute, hammies. What are the muscles on the inside of the leg? It's not the hamstrings. Hamstrings are on the back. There's sort of a muscle group that fills out the interior of the leg. What is that called? Glacius? Glacilis? Yeah, I think it's the glacilis. I might be mispronouncing that. Okay, yeah. Stays pretty close to the inside of the leg, but something like that. Okay. And then the muscle and fat of the glute sort of goes out like that and then rolls. Okay, I think that's closer. One of the things that is very challenging with low angle perspectives is a lot of the proportions of the body are thicker towards the core and then thin out as they head for the extremities, right? So the shoulder is going to be bigger and thicker than the elbow, which is bigger and thicker than the wrist, right? The fingers thin down as they go towards the end. The hips are thicker than the knees, are thicker than the ankles, right? So it's, you know, typically what you want to do is sort of thin the shapes down as you go, as you work your way down the body and work out towards the extremities. But the low perspective also means that as you come down the leg, those are going to be coming into the foreground, and so they're going to be thicker. So you wind up with this weird sort of opposing force. These two ideas that are fighting each other. Okay. I'm just putting some pants on to make it clear that I'm not trying to draw anything untoward. Okay, that's a bit better. It's a bit better. I think we can exaggerate the pose a little bit. Give it a bit more appeal. It's kind of fun. Okay. A little bit of a shape break from the muscles of the arm. Got the shape of the wrist there. Got the hand. I want to put something in the hand, but I'm not sure what yet. Probably save. Okay. I feel like it's close. I feel like it's in the right direction. It's just a little bit of cleanup to get it to a point where I'm like happier with it. I'm not gonna say happy with it, just happier. Okay, what am I looking for? Yeah. Yes. Wait, where'd the other... Should have been another diagram here somewhere. Damn it, I lost it. Oh, it's gone forever. There it is. Howdy, Sonic. Happy September. Welcome in. Okay. Yeah, alright. I know, it is wild. I am looking forward to the fall. I'm looking forward to winter. Well, winter somewhat. But I always love autumn. I'm hoping it starts to cool down soon. Okay. That feels a bit better. Yes, alright. It's pretty good. Let's just turn the head upwards some. Maybe not quite that much. There we go. I know all the folks that are eagerly anticipating Silksong are going to be glad that it's finally September because they only have to wait. Was it like 3 more days? After all these years, it's almost over. Damn, I'm not sure I can draw it tonight. It is kind of funny. So there were a bunch of games that had moved their schedules. Right, they had sort of adjusted their release schedules because they expected GTA 6 to come out soon. They're like, all right, well we don't want to launch in the same time frame as that. It's going to tank our own sales, so we'll push back from that. We'll set other times so that we don't need to worry about having GTA as our competition. And then GTA delayed, and so a bunch of them were like, oh, alright, sweet. we can look at a September or October release now. And then Silksong is like, hey, guess what? Now like, oh, fuck. Okay. The Philly memes are good. They are. They're very good. And these days, finding a release window that doesn't have anything else going on, something that you have all of the available attention, it doesn't happen, right? You're never gonna get that. So at some point, you just gotta send it. At some point, you just gotta go, all right, well, this is when we're gonna shoot our shot, and we'll make the best of it that we can. Could you imagine if there was like some sort of post-it board or something where everybody had to go and like scratch out their week of being like, all right, well, this is when I'm gonna go, and this is where you'll go. And everyone sort of has to draw lots. I mean, I imagine to some degree that was sort of back in the day with the movie, you know, the big movie producers and record labels and everything. And that was sort of the only way that you could get going. You know, they're very cautious most of the time about, they're very careful about releasing content to compete with themselves. At least they might release content to try and sort of steal thunder from each other, but it did kind of mean that there were only so many available spots. Yeah, okay. I think it's getting there. It's been kind of a slow process, but I feel like we're getting a better grasp of it. Doesn't the TSX, we need some R&R for the team. Any recommendations? They say if we delay GTA, we'll get Silk Songs. We're gonna delay it. Tisha, I know that's a work of fiction because there's no way that Rockstar would do anything to benefit their developers like that. I mean, sure, I imagine the leadership was excited about Silk Song, so they might do it for their own benefit, but not because it would help the developers in any way. One thing I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to avoid, I think I've brought this up before, but a frequent mistake that I see people make, and I make too, is trying to sort of overly, or jump into the details, jump into the secondaries, before making sure that the primaries work, right? The underlying form isn't making sense, isn't working, then all of the nice detailing in the world isn't going to help that out, right? You need to make sure that your primaries, your main forms, your big forms, are making sense. And then you can start to worry about the secondaries. Place the plural words with singulars. Yes, if you told me the publishers heard a rumor that they would get Silk Song if they delayed GTA, I could totally see that. Okay. Elbow bone. Alright. I think I'm finally feeling better about it. It took a minute. It took a hot minute. It took a lot of revision, but I think we're finally getting the drawing into a place that I'm satisfied with, more or less. Some days you just gotta work it out. I was watching a mini Kudos video today talking about E3. I wouldn't say the title was misleading, more the title was perhaps a little bit misplaced. So one of the sort of content series that Mini Kudos likes to do is discussing groups or companies or various parties embroiled in scandals, right? The many scandals of X, which admittedly will probably have its own mini scandals video at some point, if it doesn't already. But this one was E3, and it didn't feel so much like the scandals of E3. It was more just sort of like a timeline, sort of looking at how E3 got started, and then not so much like the scandals that E3 got into as much as the scandals that E3 was like a platform for, or just like events that took place at E3. So there was the famous God, was it? Yeah, so Sega Saturn announced their release and sort of shadow dropped that they were going to retail the day of the announcement. And then, you know, Sony showed up with the PlayStation like a day later and just announced that they were going to release it for $100 cheaper than the Saturn. And it's like, shit, dude. Yeah, the one that Mini Kudos did touch on, which in my opinion was a very big thing for E3, like it was a huge problem for E3 for years, was the trailers, right? The trailers with the unrealistic expectations of, you know, look at this fucking game that we're making. Look at this game that you guys can expect to play. Look how beautiful and high fidelity it's gonna be. Look at all the cool shit that we're gonna have in the game. And then it doesn't, because they always sort of pump everything up to 11, assuming it's even like remotely related to something that can actually be run. If you guys remember, this is way back when, I think it was during the PS3 lead up, the Killzone 2 trailer, where they showed it off and was like, yeah, this is real gameplay. Everything is gonna be you know, exactly like this is gonna be so cool and the PS3 is gonna power it, you guys should totally do that. You guys should totally buy a PS3 because look at this amazing game that you will definitely get to play. And everyone was like, wow! And then Killzone 2 came out and it was not that. Apparently, this was in the Mickey of Horizon Zero Dawn documentary. Apparently, that trailer was a proof of concept. It was like a mood piece that Guerrilla Games had made, essentially only to be used internally. It was just kind of there for them to share amongst themselves and be like, hey, this is what we want Killzone 2 to look and feel like, right? Have this in your mind, and we're gonna see what we can do. We're gonna see how close we can get to that. And at some point, they like showed it to Sony in a meeting, and Sony was so impressed with it, they just took that trailer and included it in the PlayStation lineup. And told everybody, yeah, this is what Killzone 2 is gonna look like, and the PS3 will be able to do it. And Guerrilla went, we never said that, oh no. Oh, this is not good. You know, the other, there have been a ton of them, right? Another big one was Halo 2, way back in the day. The first E3 showing, where, you know, they had like this big fly-in of the city, and you know, it shows Master Chief going in with Johnson and a bunch of Marines, getting off the Pelican and fighting through the city, and you know, stealing ghosts. And apparently, you know, they had set that whole thing up. They spent ages putting together that playthrough. And E3 came and went, and it was very successful, and everyone was very impressed. There was lots of applause, and they were like, all right, cool. And they got back to the offices in Washington and went, well, that was fun. So what from this showcase can we actually now put in the game that we are making? Almost none of it, you say. Oh, almost none of it actually works in the context of the actual game. Uh-oh. So obviously they you know, did some stuff to make it like play nice. They brought in some of the voice lines and whatnot to be like, this is how it sort of ended up getting incorporated. But yeah, most of that was just like a smoke and mirrors thing that they spent months putting together, and then they couldn't actually use it. And you're just like, well, shit. And then, of course, there's Ubisoft. Of course there's Ubisoft. There's always Ubisoft in stories like this. The one that I think, honestly, I think Ubisoft was the one that broke the camel's back. I feel like Watch Dogs was the trailer that everyone finally said, enough. Enough with the bullshit, enough with the smoke and mirrors. Show us the game that we're actually going to get, or shut up. I mean, other trailers have continued to play fast and loose with the reality of the game as planned versus the game as reality. But yeah, Watch Dogs was kind of a watershed, I feel like. Like, they showed off stuff in the Watch Dogs teaser, that gameplay walkthrough, that, God, when did Watch Dogs come out? Watch Dogs came out in 2014. And that trailer had volumetric lighting, volumetric effects, highly reactive AI. It had stuff in a 2014 trailer. I mean, that trailer probably came out in 2013 that modern games still struggle to get to run smoothly, right? So yeah, they just lied. They just lied about what that was gonna be. Supposedly some of the visuals from H2? Oh, Halo 2 cutscene trailers were done in After Effects. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if they had like done the run through and then they like edited the shit out of it to make it flow better or layer effects and such on top of it. That unfortunately checks out. Make it bigger. A bit more bubble. A bit more kink. There we go. I still don't like it. I still don't like it. It feels weird. I think a lot of it just comes down to like the middle. Trying to get this to like sit well. Okay. Okay. Let's try a little bit of this. So this leg is a bit more relaxed, right? It's a bit more sort of directly underneath them. This one's gonna be a bit more out to the side. Okay, yeah. And then so that can kind of go like this. Okay, almost, kinda, sorta. Alright. Still... See, I don't want to give up on it because I feel like it's close. I'm just struggling to get it to fit. Okay, so we got the sacrum, right? That leads into the glutes. The glutes kind of wrap around like this. We've got the groin. And then we're gonna have sort of the muscles on the inside of the leg. So for you, you can kind of go like that. Relax the line a little bit. This is gonna get pulled out a little bit to the side from the canting of the hips. So yeah, if we exaggerate and simplify the pose a little bit, that's gonna kind of bring this down more. And then this is gonna sort of roll back around like that. And let's pull this like out just a little bit. Okay, that's a bit better. It's a little bit better. So now we just need to figure out sort of going from that to having the pants on and making sense of that. Because we do need to have pants or Twitch is going to get very upset at us. I think part of one of the benefits of not showing a game, of not, putting out demos and building hype for stuff until it's getting closer to release is you have a better sense of what the game is going to be, right? Like, yeah. However, 2.5, 3 years out, when they're, sort of just somewhere in pre-production, maybe starting to look at production. Everything is pie in the sky. Everything is, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we could do this? What if we made the game look like this? Is this possible? Right? Like, at that point, you're pitching the public on the idea of the game that you want to make, as much as, you know, the publisher is sort of working that, hashing that out with the developer. So then you get into this really weird place of like, well, this is what we said the game is gonna be. This is what we said we were gonna make, and the developer is like, that's what you said. We never said we could actually do that. That's what we were targeting. You know, you go big, you aim high, and then you see what you can actually do. We never said that this was going to be possible. Guaranteed 100%. You know, once you have to factor in actual hardware limitations and compatibility, you know, this is what's left. But you already told people that the 120% manifesto is the game that they can expect to buy. And that was never going to be possible. So, fuck. I wonder if there's been a game marketing trailer which is for, as an example, JRPG, but for these is completely off market. Instead, it's a flight sim. I feel like there have been trailers. I mean, there have definitely been movie trailers, right? That really painted the movie to be one way, and then it was not the movie that was advertised. The marketing department tried to, you know, attract summer action crowds or whatever. You know, I don't imagine there's been a game that like completely misrepresented it as a different genre. But I'm trying to think if there's been any games that like tried to the marketing tried to overhype or over-represent an aspect of the game, and then the rest of it kind of didn't measure up to that expectation or didn't match that expectation. I feel like that has probably happened. But I don't feel like anyone has ever gone to the extreme of, you know, please get ready to pre-order game A and then you get game B instead, because that would be false advertising, and that's illegal. That would land you in some hot frickin' water. Fight the sun. Okay. I feel like it's better. I feel like it's better. I'm gonna do a couple more things. Just to try and increase that perspective a little bit more, right? So if we round out some of the looping, get that a little bit more low angle. Final Fantasy at this point does seem to have a complex of, at the end of the game, you have to fight God. Like, it's a rule. It doesn't matter if it makes sense in the context of the game or not, you just have to fight God. It doesn't really matter which one. There just has to be a God and you have to kill it. Honestly, probably the weakest part of Final Fantasy IX. Just because, again, like, it didn't really have any lead up. It didn't really make sense. It's just kind of like, oh shit, right. Here. Fight this guy. You're like, what? I mean, okay, I will. Who is he? Were we supposed to know about this beforehand? No? Alright. That would be so great if, like, the speed runs cut off right before the final boss, because they were just like, yeah, this fight is stupid. This fight is stupid and doesn't make any sense, so we just ignore it. We just call time as soon as you beat the second to last boss. Push them out of the plane. I'm pretty sure speedruns have never done that. I mean, speedrunners will cut some content from the run consideration if there's like no meaningful content that follows it, right? Like if it's a cutscene with like a single interaction, they might say that it's not a big deal, don't worry about it. We're just gonna ignore that from the run consideration. But if there is something that you have to do, like an actual bit of content, then they would still count it. Let's try that again. try bringing the angle of the hand down a little bit. It's not bad. Just make it a bit bigger. Okay, there we go. It's a bit better. Let's clean up the elbow a little bit. Okay. Oh, fuck! Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty Tisha. Glad you like it. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good rest of your week. I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. There we go. Okay. It's a little weird, but it's okay. Let's try changing mixing it up a little bit. I feel like I've gotten a little bit better at hands this year. I think just doing as much of them as I have and trying to have different poses and ideas for different characters with all the artwork that we've done for people has definitely helped. One of the things that I think is important And this is something that I need to work on as well. Is, you know, like, practice is good. Practice is obviously very good, but you need to be practicing the right things. And if you are doing the wrong things, and you're practicing the wrong things over and over again, then you are reinforcing bad habits. It's not enough to just be doing. There needs to be consideration and assessment and correction. One of the things I think I make a lot of mistakes on when I'm trying to draw hands is I tend to make them too blocky. Right? Hands are not squares. They're much more rounded, right? They're kind of sitting at all angles with the knuckles at different distances, different lengths. The hands are able to form a cup. And so even if you're looking at the hand from an orthographic angle, you know, it's not going to be like lined up perfectly in front of you. Everything is going to be sort of arrayed in a set. I think that's Ricky. Howdy, Tenetic. Welcome in. Happy September. Hope your week and your month are off to a good start. We're working our way through this drawing. It's getting there. It is proving to be stubborn, but I think we are finally making some headway that I can be happy with. Still not sure what to put in the other hand. I think we can also bring it out a little bit farther. Okay. I'm gonna do something real stupid. I'm gonna do something real stupid. We're gonna see how it looks. We're gonna see how it feels. I'm doing this on a separate layer in case I don't like it. I don't really like how sort of squared the posture is. We're gonna move it. So we're gonna have to move the arm. adjust the slope of that a little bit better. Okay, so then, yeah, we've got a bit more of straight line sort of coming up that way. And I think then we're just gonna continue to take real estate away from this arm, but I think in sort of a similar fashion, we'll move this a little bit forward. Give you a little bit more room as well. I feel like it's getting there. I'm still not 100% on it, but it feels a bit better. I didn't forget about the halo. I was just waiting to get the anatomy into an okay spot, and then was like, okay, we'll add it later. And now it's later. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like it is better. It is closer. It's still, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm willing to say that's working. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? Cool. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah. I think if we just sort of, if we do some like guiding lines, right? Sort of check our perspective, check our volumes. It's making sense. I think we can maybe be a bit more bold, have a bit more overlap, a bit more rounding of forms in a few places. Maybe a bit more scaling up, maybe. Yeah. Let's build it out. I know I just reduced it on this side, but I think it can be a bit more rounding on both ends, right? So it's not just changing the silhouette, sort of building out. The thick to thin of the perspective, focusing on the lower body for purely aesthetic reasons. Shut up. This out a little bit, go like that, go like that. Okay. I'm understanding a little bit of the mistake that I'm making with this canted leg. So, some of this is a bit stylistic, right? Some of this is a bit like how I want to express it, right? It is not gonna be, shall I say, a pure clean. Oh my god, this airbrush just shit. I'm looking up some reference images, and that person has like no detail to their skin. It is just like a smooth gradient of color. Oh, Photoshop is a hell of a drug. Okay, so focus, kind of. there are a lot of things that you can do. One, to be better at anatomy, and two, to be aesthetically pleasing. One of the sort of important things to remember is that the body does not structure itself in sections, it is interlocking forms, right? So like there was a diagram that I found earlier that was sort of showing, you know, if you want to make the leg, you got the quads kind of come down here, they overlap this section, they form up on either side of the knee kind of comes through here, you know, and you've got this sort of thinner, bunchier muscle on the inside of the shin, the calf, and then the outside is longer. Not quite right. This one comes down a bit farther, so the apex of this one is shallower, but it's higher, and then this one comes down, the ankle is a bit lower on the outside, and then the foot kind of comes in like that, and you got the toe. Close enough, right? Not a great recreation, but you know, the point is that you get this sort of swooshing, interlocking of shapes. It's not just like box, 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 right? One of the other things is, you know, straight versus curved, right? So if you're drawing a leg, you might draw the back of the leg to be straight and the outside of the leg to be curved, right? And then you'll sort of set that off. So you got the knee, and then the shin bone is straight, and the back of the leg, the calf, is curved, right? Good, aesthetically pleasing, handing off back and forth of straight and curved, big and small. So I think one of the things that I can do here that will be aesthetically pleasing. So we've got, you know, the curved and the straight right here. But this leg is canting outward. And I think what might look nice would be to have the outside, which is technically sort of the back side, the hamstring side, have that be curved to sort of meet up with the outside of the glute. And then have the inside be more straight. Okay, interesting. I might have been wrong. I might have been off on that call. So maybe keep this one straighter after all, and then have this curve in a bit more. Help really sort of push. No, that doesn't look right either. I'm fucking this up. I am not doing a great job with this, if I'm being honest. Maybe it's like half and half. Like, get that line up, but then have it be straight. We can pull this out a little bit farther, sort of separate the legs from each other a little bit, but still have this one be curved. they? Yeah, okay. I actually found a reference image. That's not quite the right camera perspective, but it is a approximately correct posing of the leg. So kind of going against that, I think we're in a pretty good spot here. I'm just gonna round this off a little bit. Have you guys had a chance to try the Helldivers update today? I have not been in. I might try and play a little bit tomorrow. We'll see if there's time. Ooh, how is it? Is it suitably chaotic and nightmarish? It's hard. I bet. The giant worm. Fascinating. I mean, the whole thing, right, is Helldivers always have their super destroyer. They have their cooldowns, their stratagems, their support weapons. And now it's like, okay, but what if you didn't? You know, what if you had to make all your preparations before you go in the tunnels? And then once you're in there, what you have is what you got until you hope you find an opening to do new calldowns. I imagine anyone that brings a support backpack is now everyone's best friend. Just boxes for everyone. Okay. That feels better, I think. I don't really like the hand at the moment. I know, I keep working on revising a section, going back, revising another section, going back, revising the original section. But I think it's one of those things that sort of, as it's coming together, we're sort of making revisions to sort of bring the whole of it up, right? I'm gonna have a little mini rant moment of... So I did see a video on YouTube that got recommended to me via the algorithm. Basically explaining how to speed kill the new enemy in the Helldivers tunnels. And I'm like, could you let me like fucking play the game before you start dropping spoilers on how to min-max and metagame the fucking thing. I don't know, I don't think it's necessarily the content creator's fault, but it's just sort of this, like, metagame that YouTube and content creation in general struggles with of you gotta be the first one to the content. You gotta be, you know, if you aren't the one that sort of gets the scoop and does the first release, you're last, right? You don't get picked up by the algorithm, you don't get shared around. You miss out on the opportunity. Yeah, so I don't really want to blame... Sorry, one second. Excuse me, I had something in my throat. I don't really want to, like, crash out at that particular content creator. They're just doing what they gotta, right? It's more just a problem with how content creation meta is concerned. Yeah, how it prioritizes that, like, fast response and doesn't, you know, necessarily it discourages a careful, nuanced approach because it's all about that rapid response. It's all about getting out ahead of the pack. Well, Uma Musume will tell you that sometimes it's okay to be towards the back of the pack because you can save your energy, conserve your strength, wait for your moment, and then you bust out and everyone else is already flagged and tired. And you make your move. And nobody is able to contest you because they spent all their energy running right out the gate. Motherfucker. Eighth time's the charm. I was watching another video. It was talking about a lot of topics. The main sort of focus on the video, or at least the part that I found really sort of interesting, and the part that I think is more okay to sort of bring up on the stream, is the idea of, how do I want to put this? So the key word is friction. Namely social friction. And you know what they were, so a lot of what they were looking at, a lot of what they were focusing on throughout the video was talking about, you know, apps like DoorDash you know, these apps of convenience, of easy accessibility, and you know, from a design standpoint, from a selling standpoint, what they essentially set out to do is eliminate friction for the consumer to get at what they want, right? And there are absolutely uses for these situations, right? That there are reasonable applications, but there's also sort of an elimination of obstacles that might have otherwise led you to make other decisions, shall we say, about what you want to do for dinner, in the case of DoorDash, right? You know, if the path of least resistance and least difficulty is to order 24 chicken nuggets and have someone drop them off at your door, you're more likely to do that more often, because it doesn't really cost you anything. I don't think it's a problem to, you know, I don't think it's necessarily bad to do it every night, or to do it occasionally, rather. The problem is if you are doing it habitually, right? I do not use delivery apps. The main reason I don't use them is because I don't like how they, especially like non-chain restaurants, really get screwed over by them. But there is something kind of, I don't know, kind of weird to me about just more and more of a system where you can just hit a button and the thing you want gets brought to you. Yeah, they weren't looking just at DoorDash. It was a very sort of... It was looking at a lot of different, particularly app uses. Sort of eliminating... creating ease of access at the cost of removing areas of friction. Right? And arguing that, you know, in some instances, a little friction is actually a good thing. A little friction to make you stop and go, should I do that? Should I order 6 extra hash browns? Should I just make spaghetti tonight? Should I say that thing? Should I leave that comment? Just a little... The moment of self-reflection, actually having to sort of put yourself in the space and not just be like, well, I can just press a button. It took 30 minutes. Jesus. They didn't actually reduce the timer or anything, did they? Like the mission timer. So that took 75% of the mission to kill. That's fine, right? That's not. That's not. It's fine. It has too much health. I wonder if they're gonna do anything about that. We'll see. Because according to some random video on YouTube, it is possible to kill it in a couple of minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So I don't know. I personally, I definitely don't use delivery apps. I'm not gonna say, oh, you're a bad person or anything for using them. I don't think it's that black and white. But I think it is important to consider. What kind of impact it does have, and importantly, if its use is habitual, right? I think if they're, I think if the use is impulsive, that might be problematic, right? I can't decide what I would put in this other hand, so I think I'm just gonna relax it. Okay. I think it's getting there. I think we're getting there. It has been a bit of a struggle, but I think we're finally getting to a point. Where it's looking not like shit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm still not super happy with this hand, but it's better, I dare say. It's better. Okay. Okay, there we go. I feel like this is one where I'm gonna end up cleaning up a lot of line work just to make sure that everything's sort of sitting in an okay spot. So it was a bit of a struggle. It's a bit of a struggle, but I think the results are not bad. I suppose, I don't know, like, I don't think it's necessary. I guess sort of going back to that other thing. A little bit of friction, a little bit of struggle is not a bad thing, right? That is the opportunities that we have for growth are in those moments of difficulty. If everything you do is easy, then you're not challenging yourself, right? Genetic, if that boss just went down in like 60 seconds, you would be disappointed. Because that hot new content turned out to be a wet fart. I get that it's hard. I'm not saying it isn't hard. I'm just saying if it were too easy, that would be disappointing. Ooh, Key Energy. Welcome in. Happy I almost said Sunday. Happy September. How you doing? Hope your month is off to a good start. We have been struggling a little bit with this drawing, but I feel like it's finally getting there. They all keep digging in the ground. I could see, rather than changing the health pool, changing the behavior a little bit. Maybe focusing more on like giving opportunities to attack and use abilities. I don't know if it's above ground or not, but sort of focusing in a little bit on, again, opportunities for damage rather than just making it softer. You know what I mean? I'd give it time. The bugs are evolving. Oh, good. Well, if there's one thing the bugs are good at, it's being a pain in the butt. Man, I feel like every time they introduce a new enemy, there's like a panic period of, it's so hard, we don't know what to do with it. This is bullshit. And then, I don't know, after a couple weeks or so, it's like, alright, we've figured out strategies to deal with it. The bugs evolving is the devs going, shit, we gotta keep ahead of the players somehow. But, I don't know, what I was saying before, I feel like if I just did drawings that I could do really easily, that I never struggled with, that I never had to push myself or challenge myself, then I wouldn't get better, right? I do feel like, for all of the difficulty that this has been, I feel like it is getting there. I feel like we're seeing something closer to what I want. We are taking casual. Then it is an important lesson, Tenetic. If the importance of the lesson is proportional to the pain incurred, then you are learning a very important lesson. War never changes. A little bit bigger. I like it. I'm actually starting to like it. Getting rid of a couple of these leftover lines that are confusing the shape and whatnot, I think also helps solve some ambiguity. Stop the drawing. There we go. So, sometimes a drawing just doesn't work, right? Sometimes a drawing is just a turd. Sometimes it's just not gonna work out, and it's important to know when to cut your losses and run. But I think I try not to give up on it at the first sign of difficulty. It's like I'm gonna learn more from trying to understand why it's not working and correct it than just scrap the whole thing and start over, right? Negative 4,500 life. What is the normal health pool in Magic? Okay then. Well, I would say you learned a lot, Mage. You learned the card can't Creatorhood Behemoth is stupid. I will take your word for it. Alright, and then you. Go like that. You can go like that. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest, and hope you have a very good rest of your week. Everyone say goodnight. Okay. So, I'm pretty happy with where it's at. I'm liking the direction that it's going in. Thank you, Mage. I just gotta stop rolling ones. I just gotta roll higher than a 1. Now, hopefully the worst of the week was done today. And frankly, I don't know. I always feel bad complaining because I see like what other people are going through. I'm like, oh, this ain't so bad. This is fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Never mind. It's okay, Genetic. We have more. Alright. So the question is, we've got a little less than an hour. We could keep cleaning this up. I don't think we're gonna get to colors tonight. I think that might be a Thursday deal. So the question is, do we keep going refining this one? Or do we start setting up another drawing? Just to sort of have on the back burner. I'm not sure how confident I am, like setting up starting the sketching on another drawing, considering how this one has gone tonight. I don't know, maybe that one will just, the other drawing will just be like, bing bang boom done. 30-minute in and out quick adventure. I don't know. Any thoughts? Any opinions? Made up. Are we... So we can keep cleaning this up for a little bit longer? Or we can start sketching out another drawing to have on the back burner with the remainder of the stream. Because I don't think, like I said, we're not going to get to like flat colors or anything on this one tonight. We're not. We're just not. But we can keep sort of refining it. We can keep cleaning up a few more details. Or we can try our hand at setting up another drawing. See if that one goes simpler, easier than this one did. I do feel like this one is actually getting to a not bad spot now. We definitely had to work with it. We had to sort of figure it out, but I'm happy with where it's getting to.
This video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine.
Thank you, Knife, for the reminder, and happy September. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good start to your week. Okay, fair. I suppose not. Well, I hope the rest of the month goes better. Yeah, I still want to put something in the hand. I just don't know what. I just don't know what should go there. Start of the week was cleaning, more cleaning, having to redo shopping for stuff actually needed, and cleaning, and some cleaning. This house is clean. Well, I hope it at least went well. Bleeding head of my enemies? That's cute. You assumed there would be a head left. Okay. I don't know. Nothing's coming to mind. Maybe we'll just put a pin in the idea and I'll think on it for Thursday. See if anything kind of kicks off and I'm like, oh, I like that. Let's do that. But yeah, off the top of my head, nothing really comes to mind. I was thinking of putting like the shirt, you know, the collar shirt or the jacket, but nah. past 1 a.m. Alrighty, night. I appreciate you dropping by. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good rest of your week. Excuse me. Everyone say goodnight. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at my reference board, which is a bunch of ideas for other characters, for other people. I'm like, I don't want to take their iconography. I want to have my own. I don't know. I'll put a pin in it. Put a pin in it. We'll save it for Thursday. Right, we got like 40 minutes. Why don't we... I like where it's at. I like where it's at. I think we can continue to push it forward and do something fun with it. But I'm kind of thinking for tonight, I want to try taking a little stabby wabby at this here other idea and see if we can get somewhere with it. Alright, so as always, we're gonna play Guess the VTuber. Let's see, how does this look? I think she's got... Okay, yeah, there's a good reference of it. I'm kind of annoyed. I'm a little annoyed that this one already feels like it's coming out much faster. I think we'll go ahead and go portrait mode on this one. I was gonna make it a wallpaper, but no, actually fuck it, let's leave a wallpaper. I think that'll be fun. Okay, as much as I hate the YouTube algorithm, I will give it credit. It did me a solid today. It showed me, or it recommended me, a Poets of the Fall song I had never heard before. I completely missed it. It's from like 6 years ago. I love Poets of the Fall, but honestly, they release albums and I just never find out about them. I completely miss that they did new songs, and then I find out and I'm like, oh, fucking sick. But yeah, YouTube came in clutch with that one, so I gotta give it to it there. that was a shot out of nowhere that hit the mark. So good job, YouTube. You get one. Alright, so I feel like this one's gonna be a little bit fun just because I'm kind of deliberately obscuring the face a little bit. But then this is gonna be the thing that I really want to shoot for with this one is hand practice. Okay. Let's go ahead and cut bottom out. I'm just going to rotate it a little bit. It's gotten a little bit skewed to the side here. Slim down the shoulders a little. I like having an objective with drawings. I like having something that I'm aiming for or working on. You know, something that I'm not just sort of doing the rote operation. I'm like, I'm going for growth or something. Right? Some manner of objective. And sometimes, yeah, I'm just trying to make something for fun of it. But I feel like anytime I can do something fun and get something out of it, then that's just a double win, right? It's a little too big. I really like her design. This is very cool. Okay, good. I might actually, like, yeah, I think I'm gonna cut the top off. Just because I like the sort of close intimacy that offers. Okay, so yeah, we got this sort of coming up like so, and then it sort of spills over both sides of the ear, and then we got the horn coming up like this, and the other horn coming up like that. There we go. I think the gaze has gotten a little bit off to the side. It's fine. Easy enough to fix. Yeah, it bothers me a little bit how much easier this one is proving to be. I don't know. I mean, the other one had this one had the challenge of being, you know, a harder perspective, more body. So it makes sense that it was harder. Maybe I just wasn't warmed up. Maybe my headspace was still all fucky-wucky. I don't know. In any case, I should look at it positively. Hang on 1 second. I started the AC before the stream just because it was already pretty warm in my room, and I figured it was gonna get even hotter once the stream started. I was like, I'm not dealing with that today. But now it is too cold. AC did its job too well. Should try and look at it positively, is what I was saying. That this one is proving to be expedient. Let's see. Yeah, so thumbs are facing her. Which means we don't have to draw them. Well, so yeah. One on the underside now, but then this one is going to be more this, and then the thumb's going to be right there. Okay. And then this arm, we're actually going to bring it down more. Give it a more relaxed posture. Okay, I'm messing it up a little bit. Like it needed correcting, but it feels a little off right now. I think a lot of it is just sort of not building the arm in a way that's like structurally sound. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. Alright, hang on. What am I thinking? What am I trying to do? I'm just trying to sort of rough it out. It's a bit better. I think the hand and arm in general is a bit too small, like compared to the size of the head. That's a bit better. Yeah, not my best night. Not my best night for art. That's okay. You win some, you lose some. You get Pyrrhic victories with others. You know, everyone always wants to be remembered forever. Want to make their marks that'll stand the test of time. Not every mark is a good mark. Like, imagine being remembered for technically winning, but fucking up so bad you might as well have lost. It's like, no thanks, I'll take Oblivion. Okay. Yeah, I feel like lockout is at least better now. I think. Like the positioning is better. We can work on the exact posture of the hand later. I'd rather have a good time with life than be remembered. I don't know why people want me in their browser history. This is an interesting way to think about it. I see where you're coming from. I can respect that. I don't know. People got this whole obsession with legacy. Like, that's why the old punishment of memento mori, it's like, we're not just, we are going to forget you. We are going to get rid of any semblance, any remembrance that you were a thing. Damn, okay. We are going to delete you from our browser history forever. The defendant stands accused of purging court evidence. How does the defendant plead? Your Honor, it was my friend's browser history. Understood. The court finds the defendant not guilty. Cleared of all charges, free to go. That'd be great. It's just like greater even than law, bro code. Okay. I feel like we managed to bring this one back alright. Like, it's still got a lot to clean up, a lot to figure out, but it's better. But yeah, this one was fairly smooth, all things considered. We at least got it into like a stable place in about half an hour instead of 3 hours. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay, Kaiga. Sometimes that's just what has to happen. It's all part of the process. Keep telling yourself that. Keep that copium flowing. feel like Amalia has a narrow, sharp nose. I feel like that sort of fits her facial profile. So we'll go that direction. Gonna tilt the eyebrow a little bit up. Okay, look a little less aggressive and a little bit more considering. Yeah, I will admit, I don't watch a lot of her streams. I've watched a couple. She's cool. I like her. The big reason I'm doing this, one, I really like her design. I think her design is super cool. And two, it's kind of, she's the last member of Kisa that I haven't drawn, and it just feels kind of wrong to not have the entire group, you know? So I've just felt like, let's do it. We'll do the hat trick. All right. And then the tail. It's 5 leaves. Okay, so the one at the end is out at the tip, and then the others are back a little bit. And they actually are sort of in pairs. This one is the largest. So it goes like that. And then because of how this one is folding, the others are gonna sort of overlap with it. Okay, so I think this could work. The main issue right now is that all 3 leaves are sitting in like a very similar size and position. So it just feels too... It feels repetitive, it feels artificial. It doesn't have that good sort of natural relationship. It doesn't have that good hierarchy of form. So, how do we fix that? Not with the gradient tool. Okay. So if we nuke this one, and then knock out this one as well, and try to get rid of these things because we don't need them. Okay, so go back in, increase the scale of the overlap. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. Look at that. Look at that. So we got the one at the top sort of leading the pack, right? But then we have this nice sort of overlapping. We have different sizes, different hierarchy from all three. So it just they flow together to sort of form a shape. But then also have a good overall primary combined form like that. Pull this out a little bit farther just so that they sort of break each other's silhouette a bit more. Yeah, look at that shit. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's the good shit. There you go, Kaiga. You can have a good idea once in a while. Good. Okay. Yeah, we're still gonna have to figure out the hands a lot. But I think we're off to a really good start. I really like where it's at overall. Just gonna need to clean it up. And like I said, I really want to work on making some nice hands for this drawing. For tonight, I was a lot more concerned just with like getting the positioning of everything. There's the right word. Oh, what are her sleeves doing? I can't tell. Alright. I'm gonna have to see if I can find some reference for what the sleeves are doing because they go up past the wrist, and my guess is that they have a little, like, link around one of the fingers to hold them in place. That's pretty common. But the model sheet doesn't have an actual visual reference of it, so I'm gonna have to go look for some artwork that someone else has done or something that she's posted that gives me a little bit clearer insight. So I'll try and do that before the next time we work on this. She's a little wall-eyed. So let's fix that. And now she's a little cross-eyed. At some point we'll strike the right balance. There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think the sort of next big thing for the sketch would be figuring out the fingers, figuring out the posture of the hand that we want to do, which I'm not going to jump into tonight. But I like where it's at overall. So we'll go ahead and save that. We'll put a pin in it for later. Maybe jump back to this for a couple more minutes. Just to sort of make sure everything is where we want it to be going forward. And sort of sketch out the shape of this really quickly. Yeah. We got the shoulder blades pressed together back here. Alright. Yeah, I'm still not sure about the hand object. There is even gonna be one. I'm just gonna try something really quickly. Just start seeing if we make the hand a bit wider, what does that feel like? You gotta remember to provide actual distance between the fingers, right? They're not pressed right up against each other. There's space between the two. You gotta allow that space to happen, or else the hand looks really weird and cramped. I think just because it came up, honestly, I think it came up like 2 or 3 times today. The Tim Curry line from Command and Conquer. I'm going to the one place not yet corrupted by capitalism. Space! I love how hard he tried not to just bust out laughing. Like, you could tell He was on the verge of just completely cracking up, but he still managed to land it. And of course that was the take that he went with, because it was perfect. But it made me think, apparently in The Professional, that Gary Oldman line where he screams everyone, apparently that was Gary just like trying to get a laugh out of the director. He was just doing like a silly throwaway take and just like hamming it up as hard as he possibly could, just doing an insane over the top delivery. But then of course he did it and it was perfect, and they were like, yeah, no, that's what let's use that one. It's great. And the rest, as they used to say, is history. I'm wondering if the gap there's a little bit too much. Bring it back just a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I keep fucking with this hand, but I'm trying to find something that like, yeah, that's it. That's the look. No. Okay, let's try one more thing. I think we'll do one more here, and then we'll kind of wrap it up. And just sort of try an idea from the reference material, reference image. No, definitely not on the last two fingers, but no, okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's alright. It's okay. I don't love it. Probably gonna end up trashing it again later. But I think it'll work for now at least. Yeah, something about it just doesn't have. Okay, I'm sorry. I know. We gotta about wrap it up. I just want to try one more thing. Okay. This might actually give me some ideas as well for what to do with the other hand. Plus it gives me a little bit more visibility on the short so I can watch that a bit better. Okay, I feel like I kind of like the idea here. Something a little bit more like doing. Alright, I think that's an idea. I'm gonna leave it there and we'll pick it up next time and try to see if we can refine it into something more concrete. But I like the general idea. I think that has a little bit more like visual interest than what I was trying to do before, which so this I think is sort of going back to that like primary versus secondary idea. I feel like what I was trying to do before was just draw the fingers, right, in a way that made sense. Like draw at best the structure of the hand, like piece by piece, rather than thinking, what is the hand doing, right? What is the gesture and the posture of the hand as a continuous thing? What is it trying to do? Rather than, instead I was just looking at like, where are each of the fingers sitting? So this at least is giving us something more to work with, and I like it for that reason. I'm not gonna say that it's like quite good, but I think it's more interesting. I'm glad it's fun. I'm glad it's fun. I always worry a little bit, especially when I start to fumble like this, that it's like not as entertaining, but I'm glad. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out all the same. Alright. Unfortunately, that is where we are going to need to call it for tonight. We've still got the whole stream week ahead. I'm going to jump back to the landing page just because I like showing it off. Yeah, thank you guys. So alright. No, it was good. It was good. I appreciate all you being here. I'll definitely have, well, I say I'll definitely have a plan. We'll figure something out. I think it'll come together. I think it'll be a fun piece. Might take a little bit more wrangling, but shouldn't be too bad. I think this is one of those ones where the sketch phase was kind of where we figured out a lot of excuse me, the hardest parts, right? And now that we have done that, I think we will be able to move forward fairly easily. Relatively easily. Let me just see. Maybe look and see who. Oh! Ow! Who we want to raid tonight? Let's see. Looks like Eve and Aiko are playing Night Rain. Ivy is chatting with her group. Yeah, I'm posturing. Let's see. Coco and Boru are playing Helldivers. Oh, Allie's almost done with Night in the Woods. I think we might just go hang out with Ivy tonight. It's always kind of a chill time to go relax with Ivy and chat with her about stuff. I enjoyed Night in the Woods. I thought it was a very good game. I was glad to finally get around to playing it. It was definitely a lot on my throat. There was a lot of voices to try and keep track of and keep consistent, and I'm pretty sure more than a couple characters suffered voice drift.